It's over here somewhere. I know it is. Get this thing started. I've done this every day this week. I know what I'm doing there. How you doing out there, friends? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is June 6th, 2025, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I did a lot of work on the website last night. I even put together a logo. I got AI to help me with putting together a logo, but I put together a logo. I want to show you what we've accomplished. There's just a final few checks and balances that I want to get in place, and we're going to publish this thing today, all right? Let me go say hello to everybody who's watching over here on live on Twitch and YouTube. I forgot to put up my YouTube, my insight into YouTube over here. It's one of these, and it's somewhere over here. Yeah, go to my channel. Show me this. So I can see chat and I can moderate on YouTube. There we go. All right. How you doing out there? Let me say hello to all the folks who stopped in early. Let's see. C Sharp Titan, good evening to you in Melbourne. Yep, hit that hat command and picked up. It's my black Kia Kaha hat. There you go. Patty Boy, good to see you in Glasgow. Hello, hello. King Jufan, hello. Welcome in. Yep, we're going to co-pilot that jawn, and we're going to ship that jawn. Surly Dev, yeah, that's right. Jawn the jawn. Something like that. Marcus, hello. Something to do now while waiting for co-pilot, right? Think of all the other things we can do while waiting for co-pilot. Phil, it is ship it day. Production on a Friday. Why not? Why not? We could generate some tests at some point here, but yes, we'll get there. Wise Otter, hello. Eric says, good morning or afternoon in Ireland. I have a question on the news about the OpenAI being forced to save logs. Is this really a privacy concern, or isn't it regulated the New York Times context? I don't know the full story there about the requirement to save logs for OpenAI. I feel like there's a little bit of scare tactic happening there. I'm not sure. I haven't gone too far into it. There's questions about, does that affect Azure AI as well? I don't think it will with Azure AI, because that's a private service that you set up to run with your application. So that's probably protected from it. But the interactions with folks who are logging in anonymously, right, who are accessing OpenAI anonymously, having to record and save those logs, that feels weird. Folks who are logged in and saving their logs, well, I think they're already doing that, because you can see the history of previous chats there. This is going to ask the question of, well, is Copilot doing that also? Is Gemini doing that also? And so on and so forth. And go around the horn to all the AIs. Hey, are you saving logs because this government wants to inspect, or the privacy concerns? I have concerns there. I definitely have reservations there about that. Yeah, so we did put together a logo. Let me just dive right over to the code, and I can show you what I've started here. I didn't even start the music in the background yet. Fritz, you forgot the music. I'm going to go with the EDM playlist today. It kept us at a high pace yesterday, and it was fantastic. Let's start here. This is called Bright Times. You'll see it up there somewhere. Somewhere up there. Come on. This is music that's DMCA free. It's royalty free. There's all kinds of playlists available. Check it out at streambeats.com. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators. There it is. For this music that we're listening to today. So folks who are jailbreaking AI on how to make a bomb or other nefarious activities might be in trouble. Yeah, definitely. I can definitely see that being concerns from governments and other organizations. Like, the search engines already record what you search and keep those logs out there. Yeah. So I did a number of updates to the website overnight. So where we left off, and I don't want to spend the entire session here with you working on this together. So let me show you where I left off here. Here's the source code. How about that? How about that? Where Philly innovation meets AI excellence. Master Microsoft Copilot and GitHub Copilot with our expert curated tips. Huh? That's not bad. And got a little Liberty Bell robot above me. That's kind of cool. So, yeah, okay, Phil likes it. All right. And I have it up here in the title bar. We've got our color switcher here, and that works nicely. I like dark mode. So, I reduced it down to 3 recent tips up top here, a list of categories that you'll be able to dive into and learn more about, different tags. Most of these don't really go anywhere yet. Some statistics here. It suggested a statistic for current users. I hid that for now, and I want to figure out a way to put that up there. And a little footer section here, expert tips and tricks for Microsoft Copilot, GitHub Copilot, and related AI tools. Level up your workflow with our curated collection of productivity hacks. If this isn't clear to you, something that I want to make sure that I share about this website, I'm trying to level up my own use and productivity of Copilot. So, honestly, I wanted a website where I could log, hey, here's some of the cool things that I've learned, and be able to collect and share things from folks in the community. So I think there's a nice combination there of, I built this so that I can learn to use the tools better, and other folks can use it as well. You think people in Europe just think I'm trying to use Copilot to cut my lawn? So, there's an about page that I wrote. About Copilot.jawn, where Philly innovation meets AI excellence. Copilot.jawn is your go-to resource. I can zoom in a little bit here. For mastering AI-powered development tools with a special focus on the Copilot ecosystem. We're here to help developers, content creators, and AI enthusiasts level up their productivity game with a distinctly Philadelphia flavor. What we offer, what we cover, and I think there's tutorials and some other things that we'll get in later, and we'll add other sections to the homepage and other sets of pages. Open source and community driven. We believe in the power of community and open source. That's why our entire platform is open source and available on GitHub. It's not published yet. I'll publish it in a little bit here. We welcome contributions from the community to help make the resource even better. Ooh, go ahead, go get it. There you go. Why that jawn? I wanted to make sure that this was here. As proud Philadelphians, we couldn't resist adding our local flavor to this project. Jawn is Philly's famous catch-all word, and since our platform covers all things Copilot, we thought it was the perfect fit. We're bringing together Philly's innovative spirit with cutting AI technology. Huh? Sounds like we're going to need a jawn mower. Patty boy, I like that. Oh, that's fun. Oh, my goodness. So, there's a couple more pages that I do need to get in here. I need to figure out what to do for contact. Like, I could put together a redirect info at copilot.jawn.com that just redirects to my email address for right now. I need to do a terms of service and a privacy page. I also want to figure out how to put some analytics on this so that I know how many hits we're getting. I want to do an accessibility check and then publish this. I think the first couple of tips that are here, like let me show you this one for GitHub Copilot prompt. Like, this looks really, really good. Like, there, oh gosh, the related tips over here isn't that header. All right, we'll get it to clean up that header. But these tips here, I think this is too long for a tip. There's way too much content here for for a tip. Like, this is more like a complete document that says, do this to do better with GitHub Copilot. Like, so I want to improve this a little bit. PowerShell automation configuration files. Like let's break that down. I don't like this pro tips for Philly developers. I want to remove that. And this was actually generated by the AI. Sitemap, I got you. Sitemap XML. So I had it generate a little bit of code to write the sitemap, and I pulled it out as a minimal API for those folks that are interested in. Here, let me close some of these. So map sitemap endpoint, and I also put together an RSS feed. So here we go. There's how it does sitemap. So it gets the content service and it just spins through and generates the sitemap. So that's kind of cool. And actually, I think there's an icon that we can add to the sitemap route. Let's head back over here for a second. This one, let me go back to the about page. I like that as just a little logo. Right there, something like that. Come on, where'd you go with that? Give me paint.net and let's set this up. How you doing there, Jay? Hello. Yeah, install when I exit. That's great. My prompt optimization strategy. Cut the fluff from your prompts with the jawn mower. Yes, we can all jawn now. That's right. Sounds good. I need those tips. Yes. Did Copilot do the logo? Designer did. I can show you a little bit of that, I think. Paste in. There we go. Crop to the selection. And let me see if I can get it. Let's go right to the edges. Close enough. Crop. Just a little bit. Actually, zoom in, you fool. Come on, just a smidge. There we go. Crop to that. Good. And I'm going to yank. Where is it? This thing. Delete that. No. I did that wrong. This. Delete that. This. Delete that. And last one. Delete that. Cool. How big is it across? That's fine. Save this out. Nope. We're going to go to Copilot.jawn, web, over here, image. See, there's my icon. Let's put it as a WebP, because it makes it really small. Icon with BG. There we go. So 6.4K. Like, gotta love it. Graphic design? I wouldn't say that. I'm a graphic designer. So let me update this. Yeah, open chat agent. Give it a pointer to dub root. This one. Add the icon with BG as an icon in the RSS. There we go. Oh, and I forgot that I've got this hidden behind it. Let me move that over so you can see, and then I'll flip-flop it in just a little bit so that you can see it. Yeah, modify it to include the icon. Thank you so much. Go ahead, do that. Hey, Napalm, good to see you. Subliminally, you now want some Taco Bell. No, wait a sec. No. Come on, show me. There it is. What did it put in for title? Copilot that jawn, latest tips. Yeah. Generator, Copilot that jawn, image, URL, title, link. Cool. Yeah. Like it. Keep it. Ship it. Right? Oh, wait a sec. Add a standard XSL transform to the RSS. Can I just move this over? Yeah, move it over there. Cool. All right, close that one. So now I've got it over here so you can see what I'm typing. So that when someone browses to the RSS, they get a nicely HTML. That's not HTML. HTML formatted web page. Is this the agent featured in VS Code? It is, Chief Proby. How you doing there? So, and Patty Boy, here, I did, while this is running, let me just make sure I don't show too much here. Where was it? Images. My images. Yes, my credit balance up there. Yeah. So I can show you this while that's going to town building. So I requested it to, I went into Microsoft Designer and I asked it to build a couple icons. So I started off with this down here, an outline of a robot's head that vaguely resembles the Liberty Bell. And one turns out, I mean, it turned into Statue of Liberty things. So I started tuning it. A simple white outline of a robot's head that vaguely resembles the Liberty Bell. And I still got Statue of Liberty things. And then up here, I went a little bit further. That vaguely resembles Philadelphia's Liberty Bell. Make sure there's two eyes and a mouth. The crack could be used as a little bit of a tear or something. And it got a little bit closer. I told it to be friendly and wise. And it got a little bit too friendly and lost some of the bell concept that I wanted. And, right, I got... Make sure there's two eyes and a mouth. Include the crown at the top. It's not called a crown. It's called a yoke, what's at the top. But I got closer to what I wanted. This one was pretty close. And this one, simple white outline of a friendly and wise robot's head. Make sure there's two eyes and a mouth. So closer, and because I still said crown, it actually put, like, right, a king's crown on top of that. So I'm like, well, that's not quite there. And finally, right, I ended up with these four options, including the one that I actually went with down here. Right, that one. A simple white outline of a friendly and wise robot's head that vaguely resembles Philadelphia's Liberty Bell. Make sure there's two eyes and a mouth. And include the distinguishing yoke. And I got that little, what almost looks like hair on the top, right? Or a helmet on top of the robots. And that's, I took that, dropped out the background, turned it to white, made it transparent, and I ended up with what we have there. So what did Copilot do for us here? It created an XSL, cool, clean modern design with responsive layout, card-based presentation of RSS, display all feed metadata, tag display for each item, and a mobile-friendly layout. Modify the RSS feed to include an XML processing instruction. Fantastic. So what's that look like? So where was I running that? Over here? It says it's ready to go. There's my So if I do this, where's the feed RSS? Now it's not triggering that. Oh, wait, it's doing view source. No. Go ahead, take a look. And now that didn't load properly. It downloaded. I don't want it to download. The RSS feed is downloading. in my browser instead of showing the content. Instead of showing the HTML content. Let's see what we get. While that's going, I'm going to restart this. When a browser sees RSS plus XML, it typically prompts for download. Instead, we should use text XML when the request accepts. Ah, okay, I didn't know that. When the request accepts HTML content. Okay. So it's going to update the endpoint to check the accept header and set up the appropriate content type. So put you over here, close you over there. So if it contains text HTML, then set it as text XML. Otherwise, set it as RSS. Okay. So did that restart? I don't think that restarted. I needed to restart because it modifies the startup of it. Right? Okay, so we have that. Was it feed.rss? Hey, there we go. Okay. With a subscribe to RSS feed link. Last updated. Copyright. Okay. And here's descriptions of the 4 that it generated and put out here. Not bad. All right. I'm good with that. So I've got an RSS feed. Should I put the RSS feed down here in the quick links? Probably should. Let's add some context. Layout. Add a link to the RSS feed in the footer quick links. So get that built. Let me catch up here. Chief Proby says, just heard about this feature on .NET Rocks with Scott Hunter. Are you talking about the Copilot agent mode? I haven't listened to that episode. Carl was telling me about the episode he recorded with Scott. And I haven't listened to it yet. Okay, so it says it added the feed down here. There it is, RSS feed. Cool, that works. You can't see that because it's behind my head. So there it is. All right. So I think I've got those couple things, and thank you for pointing out, hey, do we have the sitemap? Do we have the RSS? Got you. I've also got a robots text out here. I generated that the other day as well. So very simple. Don't go to error. Don't go to the APIs. Don't go to any debug pages, which I don't think are actually out here anymore. And then reference to the sitemap. So I think we're good with that. Oh, I needed to fix. Well, that doesn't look great. Let's start over here. The filters looks okay. Now that was on. This is on the category. Okay. Here we go. Yes, keep that and continue. Thank you. So, category? Yeah. And add reference to, yeah, site CSS. The panels on the left side of the category page have a white header in dark mode. Make this purple. Like, yeah, whatever, go figure it out. Ads have started up here. There hasn't been much talk about... Really? Okay. There's, like, we've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of Copilot agent mode, and this has been tremendous to work with. Let me close some of these other files out here. Yeah, done the about page. It's working on the CSS. Don't need this. Don't need you. Don't need you. Or this one. I don't think that's... Okay. Let's see if that helped. There we go. All right. And if we look by one of these tags, right, if I dive into there, yeah, there we go. That looks good too. And flip over to light mode. Still looks good. All right. Let's keep all of that. Split this to the right. Close this, so that I can see the code over here and you can watch a little bit more of what's going on over there. Copilot is in all the IDEs now. VS Code, Visual Studio, IntelliJ. Yeah. Check in these things. Yep, there you go. Push that out. All right. So did a little bit of UI cleanup. That's cool. I need to figure out analytics. No, you know what? Yeah. Just take the entire web project. I want to capture some analytics about visitors so that we know how much the site is being visited, and eventually place a number of users stat on the homepage. Let's see what it says. Yep, go ahead, do it. I'll use application insights for robust analytics tracking. I think I want Google Analytics. Then we need to generate a terms of service and a privacy page. Should be a piece of cake. Should be a piece of cake. Yeah, go ahead, do it. Search for the layout file. Yeah, go. I think I also am going to need to register with Google Analytics so I get the appropriate keys. Yep, go for it. Added Google Analytics configuration, add the GA4 tracking code, and sure. I think I do. I need to register this. Yep. Let me do this initial setup here off screen. Industry category. Computers. This is going to be a web platform. And Copilot that jawn.com. Stream name, website. Mm-hmm. If I want to track additional events, you can use the analytics object. That's not bad. Yes, add the additional tracking to the tip page. Something like that. While it's doing that, let me look at the layout. Right, so it up in here somewhere. Google Analytics, there it is. Google Tag Manager, G Tag, and Google Analytics measurement ID. Yeah. Configure G Tag, config, and then the measurement ID. Okay. So that's right. It's so fancy. It brought it down. So there's my measurement ID, which I have right here. There we go. And I'm not deployed yet, so I'm not going to write anything in there. Yeah, no data received yet because I'm not sending data yet. All right. And I'll need to include that information in the privacy statement. How are we doing over here? Remember to replace it. Would you like me to add analytics to any other pages as well? And it'll show up under events. I'll be able to see most viewed tips, popular categories, how users were filtering content. Ooh. So it also added to the category page. Which tags are most clicked, how often content is shared. Ooh. Okay. Google Analytics 4. I think this was Google Analytics 4. Yeah, that looks right. So, all right, keep those changes. So I have analytics in the mix now. So I need a privacy page and I need a terms of service page here. This site needs a privacy policy page that will be linked at the bottom of that'll be linked at in the footer. Be sure to call out Google Analytics in the policy. There we go. Good. Great, both the page and its code being in file, that's fine. So go to town doing that. I'm going to grab oh shoot, I left my, these are the sunglasses? Yeah, I brought the Reaper sunglasses up and I left the other ones downstairs. Amber. Nah, I don't want to wear those. These. Oh. Which ones are these? Sure. Let's put on the Razor torpedoes today. Update the code behind file. Oh, look, it already wrote the privacy page. Cool. Add some logging. I don't need logging. It's a privacy page. There we go. Get the gunners on. Ah, there we go. Already linked in the footer of the site. Yep. Using bootstrap classes. Added proper meta description for SEO. Included the current date as the update date. Proper heading hierarchy. Is it truly linked over there though? Oh, configuration isn't there. Do I think this is the way to code in the future? We're definitely getting there. Layout. We need to inject. Using launch settings. There we go. Back over here. Site works. Privacy. Privacy policy. We value your privacy, committed to protecting your personal information. So far, so good. Okay. We collect your IP address, browser type and version, pages you visit, time and date of your visits, time spent on pages, device information. We use Google Analytics to analyze use of the website. Blah, 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 blah. We evaluate visitors' use of the website to compile statistical reports. We never use the statistical analytics tool to track or to collect any personally identifiable information. Yeah. You can opt out by installing the opt-out add-on. Our website uses cookies. These include cookies required for the website to function, analytics cookies, theme preference cookies to remember your display settings. We use collected information for improving content and functionality, understanding user behavior and preferences, analyzing website performance, enhancing the user experience. No method of transmission over the internet is 100% secure. We cannot guarantee absolute security. But, yeah, I'm not storing any of your information. May contain links to third-party websites. We're not responsible for privacy practices of those. We may update it from time to time, blah, blah, blah. Please contact us through our About page. So while I'm here, let me set up that forward address. So I'm going to do this on Namecheap. I need my two-factor auth. It's a great. There it is. Fantastic. Copilot that jawn. And I'm going to have to add more content in here. Redirect email, yes. Catch all, forward to me. Cool. And I'm just going to put this to the side for now because we're going to come back to that. C# Titan asks, do I prefer VS Code for coding compared to Visual Studio? The agent experience in VS Code is significantly better right now than Visual Studio, and they're working on improving that. Yeah, Marcus is right. Replace the contact info on the privacy page with a link to email info at copilot.jawn.com. Fix that. I don't even want to think about it. Just go fix it. Like, I could do that, but go fix it. So, and it's... There we go. If you have any questions, email us at info@copilot.jawn.com. Fantastic. Updated the contact section to include a direct mail to link. Cool. Yes, I know. I know, because I just activated. While you're at it, comma, update the contact link in the footer of the website to go to the same email address. Go. So that takes care of those items. I need a terms of service page after this. So we'll generate one of those. And I'm okay with these boilerplate things because this isn't, I'm not doing anything special or unique, right? This is really just a data website that's sharing information. So updated the contact footer, contact link in the footer, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, show me. It was that contact, and now it's mail to info@copilot.jawn. Terrific. Okay. Check the site. So contact. Good. That goes to the right link. I need a terms of service page. I need a terms of service page for this website and link it in the footer of the layout. Period. It shouldn't include too much information because we aren't really collecting and doing much with content from the users on this website. See what it gets. Boilerplate AI gets you there fast. Exactly, Troy. I'm doing just the basics. Go generate just that one boilerplate page for me, and it gets there really easy. When it comes time for me to enhance this, I might be able to get some help from Copilot on some of those things, but there are points where I'm going to need to stop and inject stuff myself. You think Copilot will take all the fun out of coding? Patty boy, what I'm seeing and experiencing is the boring things that I don't want to do, like write a privacy policy, I don't need to do. Fantastic. You know? A terms of service? I don't know about a terms of service. So so go create one. Acceptance of terms, user content. If you, when you submit content to our website, you grant us sure. Content guidelines. I want to make sure that I update and make sure content guidelines must be safe for work. I do start a new Copilot for each request, yes. Hey, yes. Yes, comma. Make sure the terms of service includes that the content we'll present on this website is always, quote, safe for work, end quote. Intellectual property, AI tools and services. Information is provided for educational purposes only. We're not affiliated with Microsoft, GitHub, or other companies unless explicitly stated. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so what did it update here? Must not contain any adult content, include profanity, contain content that would be inappropriate. All content must be safe for work and appropriate for a professional development community. Yeah, there we go. I like that. Yeah. Like, I could have typed that, but this gets me through it faster. You like the way you now have time to think? Totally agree. Well, what do you suggest? Don't do it. What do you suggest? I suggest enhancing a few more sections. Let's add a section about content moderation and enforcement. But there is no moderation yet. Let's see what it has. Troy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. It's going to make learning to code harder because the foundational concepts, it just gives you all of it. Yeah, I think you're right. Being able to walk back and see what it did, do you really need to go back and look at it when Copilot's generating it for you? You're doing lots of scrappy pie in the sky stuff and it works. It does. I don't know what you're doing here. I think it's getting distracted. Where the heck? Yeah, I think it's getting distracted. Squirrel. I do. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Claudette sometimes likes to produce files instead of outputting text. Yes. Oh, files over here. That's okay. Yeah, good. Edit it. Edit it and move on here, buddy. Fine, do it. Visual Studio particularly has a problem with this. Editing the file that it's already working on. It's like there's a file lock that's happening somewhere in the Copilot processes. Like, look at how long this is. Look at the indicator over here. It's massive. Share knowledge, focus on technical content. And there is a thing up here about licensing. Oh, see, it... It done messed up. You've been working this way, get the pair programming with Copilot to do a thing. Check, that's what I want. Commit, do the next thing. Check, commit, yes. You've messed up the top of the terms page. Fix that. So, yeah, commit and be able to revert quickly. That undo button sitting there is really powerful. Like, be ready to smack that. Like, don't you see all this red over here, Copilot? Fix it. That's right. How you doing, Smirky Squiggly? Thank God it's Friday. That jawn. Kind of. Yeah. You've corrupted the header section. That's right. Clean that up. I also want to tell it to go and format the code on all the pages because it doesn't look like it's formatting the code properly. Come on. Content moderation. All content is automatically screened for inappropriate material. No, not yet. Reported content is reviewed. Multiple violations will result in account restrictions. Yeah, you did. You did. See, you did. You've heard talk of having the agent create PRs after telling it to do something. That is a thing. I don't know if... Do I have that? on my we need a page that introduces the ability to contribute to the site. We should have a static page that includes information about how to contribute to the site by creating a pull request in this repository with information to go in the tips folder as a markdown file. Right, so I'll just create that. And the bit here is that you should be able to... I didn't want to assign myself, no. I know who I am. You don't need to click on me. I don't have it available to me yet, but Copilot shows up as an assignee here, and you can assign Copilot to it. So, code with Copilot agent mode. This, I think, opens a code space. Yeah, it opens a code space and jumps right in, and you're doing the same thing that I was doing. But I'm doing it locally. Where'd it go? Code spaces. Code spaces can get expensive if you leave them out there. So... Are you done over here yet? You're getting out of control here. You're embarrassed to say you created a Visual Studio Code extension this week and not written any of its code? What's wrong with that? How's the vibing going? Any tips? Are my custom instructions in the GitHub project? They are in this one when they get committed and released out there. Yeah, keep that for now. Yeah, keep all the things. So I should be able to go over here, refresh, terms. I clicked terms. You didn't go anywhere. Yes. Rebuild. Because we added a page. You think, is it in the project settings? No. Whatever. Two-factor all the things. Thank you. Add Copilot as a contributor on GitHub. Copilot Coding Agent is available in Copilot Pro Plus and Copilot Enterprise plans in repositories where it is enabled. Great. How do I enable it? Yeah. Yeah. How do I enable it? Okay. Click your profile photo in the sidebar. Click Copilot. Where? Click my profile photo and then click your Copilot. Okay. I'm assigned a seat as part of GitHub Copilot Enterprise. Yay. Managed by my employer. Copilot in GitHub, Copilot in CLI, Copilot extensions, Copilot in desktop. Like, I know that not everybody has this, and I know I am showing a lot of features that may cost a little bit of money here. Yeah. Copilot coding agent. We'll have access to Copilot coding agent in repositories where it is enabled. When using this feature, models must be used which are not enabled. What? May be used which are not enabled in the model setting page. MCP on GitHub comp. Great. On the Copilot coding agent page under policies. Policies. Where do you see policies? Coding agent. Okay. Repository access. Only selected repositories. Really? You're not gonna search for it? That one. That's it? I don't have to click save or anything? Okay. Create a profile readme for me. I thought I already had one. Yeah, here. So there we go. Assign it to Copilot. Let's see what it does. There we go. Hey, Troy, the Salesforce dev. Yes, this is part of Twitch. Sure. They do have commercials. Yes. So, hang on. You can pay $11.99 to Twitch and you don't have commercials on anything, or you can pay, it's like $5 to each individual stream, each channel that you want to subscribe to, support them directly, and remove ads on that channel. Additionally, you can use, if you have Amazon Prime and you have your Amazon account linked to Twitch, you can use one channel subscription for free anywhere on Twitch and remove the ads from that channel. So, hey, Robson, hello. DGen1 with the eyeballs. How's it going there? Yeah, we're going to, right? You can make Copilot smarter by setting up custom instructions. Yeah, that's fine. Set up an initial plan for the issue. Started work on behalf. Well, let's see what this is. Yeah, what you didn't commit anything. View session. Let's see what it's doing. Exploring the repository structure. Check the navigation structure. Yeah. So it's doing its thing to go and learn how to use this. Oh yeah, it is a thing. Yep. So the agent is going to go and create a PR. It's going to learn more about the project, figure out what to do, and create a pull request here. Let's see what this one is doing over here. Now that that's rebuilt, I should be able to click terms. Yes. User content guidelines, content. I'm good. I want to remove content moderation. Let's tell it to. Yeah. Yep, good. Close that. Go find the terms page that you were writing. No. I don't need the CS version. This one. In the content moderation section of the terms of service, comma, we need to tune this a little bit because content right now can only be submitted via GitHub pull request, period. So I think the content moderation section should really focus on submitting requests for changes or removal of content from the website. Let's see what it says. A lot of people are watching live on YouTube at the same time. If you do watch on YouTube, you don't get ads. So, all that activity is costing tokens? Yes, and since I'm on an enterprise account that's managed by the company that owns the platform, like, you won't be able to do as much in all of these things with the free Copilot account. You'll get in and be able to do a lot, but not as much here. If you find content that violates our guidelines, open an issue on our GitHub repository, provide specific details. Update the reference to the GitHub repository in the terms to be a link to the repository at C# Fritz Copilot that jawn. Go. You've gone a decade with the kids talking about Twitch. It seems better than YouTube Live. Well, thank you, Troy. There's a bunch of other things that are running here and that we're going to be bringing as I finish. I'm rewriting my chatbot that hangs in the background. I want this to be more like interactive TV, where you're not just watching, you're asking questions, and you can interact and contribute to this. So this website that we're building, I'm going to publish and make the source code open. You'll be able to send a pull request if you have a suggestion for a feature. The other website that we're going to get to and work on later in this stream is completely open source. Folks from... It's not JavaScript. Folks from chat have been submitting and working on features, and they appear as contributors on that repository. Both links open a new tab and follow security best practices. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, cool. That looks good to me. Queue that up, and I'm using Copilot to generate the commit message. There it goes. Push that out. While that's happening, we can take a peek over here and see what Copilot's doing on the GitHub. Need to temporarily change to .NET 8 to work with the available SDK. You stink. Applications running, understand the structure, plan my changes. While that's doing all of that, let's tell it to, I don't need to tell it to add a global JSON. I can do that myself. This one. And we're going to go here. No. Copilot that. No. There we go. I've made an enhancement on the Digma Defy keyboard that I'm using. I don't have the overhead camera anymore, so you can't see the keyboard. But I can show you here on BaseCore. I made an enhancement that I'm trying, and I think I need to pull back on it. My A key over here on the home row is also a shift key, and I don't really use it that way. I think the idea that was shared by the folks at Digma was make your modifiers, your control, your alt, your meta key, your Windows key. Put them right here on the home row so that you don't have to contort your fingers to go and control something. But what I'm finding is I hold down the A little bit longer than it wants me to, than it expects me to, and it ends up turning into shift instead of pressing A because I'm not just tapping it and releasing. I think I'm going to flip that back to just no, I'm right here. Yeah, this one right here. No, I don't want that. I don't want a key on tap. I don't want a modifier. No, I don't want one of those. One. No. I want it A. Yeah, there we go. All right. Save that change. There we go. And now my keyboard's updated, and we should be able to type better. But in here, let's do a .NET new global JSON. So we get that JSON file out there. I'll jump back into here. Thank you. There it is. Yeah, allow pre-release is fine. Roll forward. Yeah, you can always roll forward. I'm good with that. Add it. Give me a message. I don't care. Sure, looks good. Push it up there. Let me catch up on chat. You've gone a decade. How long have I been doing this? About 8 years now. So, is TypeScript JavaScript? The other way around. JavaScript is TypeScript. Got to do HIPAA training. Oh my goodness. Good luck, Troy. HIPAA is definitely a thing, right? No. Stop. Right, I thought it was... Oh, there we go. Zoom out just a smidge. Yeah, the Digma Defy. Yep. So, full disclosure, Digma provided this. If folks use my reference, I don't have a coupon code for it, but there is a reference code down there on the Twitch channel. If folks use that, I do get a little bit of a kickback. But they provided this free to me. I've sent over a couple things, and it's been good. Am I Microsoft? I work for Microsoft. I'm not all of Microsoft, but I work for Microsoft, yes. That's disclosed in the section below. Yes. Need to add contribute to this array. Cool. As an endpoint extension? Yeah. The final diff to see exactly what was changed. Added the new contribute page files, 2 files. Updated the sitemap to include it. Enabled navigation with tips about and contribute links. Step-by-step contribution process with Git commands. Markdown template with YAML front matter. Content guidelines and examples, what to include and avoid. Direct links to GitHub repository and issues. Philadelphia-themed content matching the site style. Doing a final status check. Cool. Let's see what it wrote. Because there's our pull request. Added the contribute page. There's the information about it. Example of the markdown template provided. I wonder if we should remove that and have the slug be calculated. review requested. Look at that. So what did we write? Endpoint extensions. Interesting. Okay. Contribute CSHTML. Help the Philly dev community level up their AI game. Not a fan of that. Thank you, Zada Saber. Hello. Appreciate the follow. How to contribute. Contributing to Copilot that Jawn is straightforward. Just submit a pull request with your content. What we're looking for. Yeah, okay. Content guidelines. Philly flavor welcome. Okay. I'm okay with that. Step-by-step contribution process. Fork the repository. Clone your fork. Yeah, that's good. Create a new branch. Add your content. Test locally to see how. Yeah, okay. Commit your changes. Submit a pull request. Markdown format template. There it is. Use bullet points for quick takeaways. Include real-world examples. Add Philly references if relevant. Remember to test your examples. Make sure they work. Good examples. Okay. Contribute CS does nothing. Contribute is down here in the footer. I'm okay with that. Does GitHub monitor for any agent set to an auto task assignment going into a hallucination off-road? I don't know. Not sure. You wish they included the office assistants in VS Code? Interesting. That's an interesting idea. Wonder if I go back over here. This is a little too much Philly. Just reference the community. The Copilot community. Yeah. Drop the Philly reference here. I think that's better. Copilot started work. Look at that. You can remember a Clippy extension for Visual Studio? Was there? I don't remember. How long have I been .netting? I've been doing this for more than 20 years. Let's just say that. Do I go any? No. Go isn't my bag right now. So, it says it sees it. Let's see what it updates there. I'm going to go back over here. want to do an accessibility check, and I want to clean up the initial tips it has. Here. Review the code formatting in the site, and clean up to match code standards. There we go. So, have I ever developed in Clipper? Oh my goodness, no. Clipper is one of those that I saw, I recognized, I looked at briefly, and I got into Visual Basic for applications. The places that I was working with were really into Microsoft Access to have that portable local database. So that was definitely a thing. Did I ever play Space Cadet Pinball? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Space Cadet Pinball was great. Oh, I also want to add output caching, a little bit of compression and formatting and some of that stuff to get it internet facing ready, you know? They should bring back Clippy as the AI agent. Joey, either Clippy or Cortana. Like, Cortana's not that far off. Bring Cortana back. You learned BASIC on DOS at school. Oh, I learned BASIC on a Commodore 64. So, switching to GW BASIC on DOS and then Visual BASIC on Windows was natural for me. Natural for me. When C# landed in 2001, 2002, I was on it like white on rice. One vote for Cortana. There you go. Not that I have any insight or ability to sway their decisions there. Did I ever develop in Fox Pro? No, but I work with a lot of folks who both developed in Fox Pro and developed Fox Pro. The database designer was good, yeah. The database designer in Microsoft Access was good too. So, GW Basic, yeah. Cleaning up the metadata. Yeah, look at all that stuff. Ugh. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, clean that up. Right? It's just ugly there. Go clean that up. Fix that. Okay. Fine. I don't know why you're coming up there. That all looks good. Oh, they put the about link up here too. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Framework 1.1 was a game changer. You don't remember 1.0? Yeah. That was a bit of the jump off. We're good. Yeah, add those things. Commit it. Sync it. Just finished. Resolve conflicts. Oh, this is awful. Yeah, that's fine. See, I want Copilot to do that. Resolve the merge. In this commit. Yeah, there we go. No. Back over here. See, Copilot did some things I didn't want it to do. So I need to go flip them back. There's the contribute page. Like that. About, contribute, that's fine. Reintroduce the with static assets method here. This should remain on .NET 9. You got a Sinclair and ZX Spectrum as well as an Atari 800 XL. Oh. Your family's insurance business still uses a customer management app built on top of MS Access. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. So let's see what Copilot go through and resolve this. While it's doing that, I feel like I need an editor config in here. Add an entry to the Copilot instructions that indicates that all HTML tags should start on a new line. On a new line, and all HTML block level tags. Yeah. And C# statements should start on a new line. Yeah, there was no AI in Microsoft Access. Radio Shack Color Computer 2. All right, what did it add? Yeah. Good. It's just getting messy and careless. Pre-roll ads just kicked in. I think I'm almost ready to publish this. Let that continue going. Okay. Add a GitHub Actions file that will publish this website to an Azure Container app. Sure. You go ahead and figure that out. While you're doing that, I'm going to go up here, and we're going to go out to the portal. Ship it time. No, I didn't want to create a dashboard. Create a resource. Stop. I don't want to see that. Yeah, one of these. Create one of those. Sure, we'll use that one. Resource group. I want a new resource group. And we're going to call this Copilot that jawn. Container app name. Web. CTJ web. Optimize for Azure functions? No. Deployment source. Sure, let's do that. Put me in East US 2. How you doing there? Keys 137. Hello. Sure. Oh, wait a sec. No. I haven't done the optimize yet. Hang on. With caching for production deployment. Like caching, minification, whole bunch of that stuff. Back over here. Yep, organization. My organization. This one. Yep, main branch. Deployment stack specific features. .NET. Really? What features can we customize? Nah, not using that yet. Workload profile. Sure. Okay. Ingress. Yes. Nope. Everybody can access. HTTP, yes. Insecure connections, not allowed. All right, so 443. Session affinity. I don't have that. I don't really need that. Tags, no tags. Good. Create that jawn. Why is Microsoft taking away the ability to create a Bing search API key to use the Bing search independent of API AI? I'm not familiar with that. You had to create a Norton Commander clone. Oh my gosh. You were an army clerk in the British Army, says Marcus, and they built Marcus a special box to put my Amstrad in, so I guess that counts as a portable. Yeah. Using registers and memory bank switching, I had a hard time getting my head around. Yes. Oh, dear Lord. It says it's deploying. It won't be on the domain name yet. Okay. So what changes did you make? Updated target framework to .NET 9. Good. The with static assets. The project is now .NET 9. Update. Complete this update. I shouldn't have to tell it this. It should just know and go do it. So this is working good. Good. Go do that. You go away. Do I need to do a GitHub poll? Doesn't have any changes. So it created the container app. Is it going to create the... No, and then. Is it going to create the deployment action over in GitHub? Have I played around with the preview versions of .NET 10? Not yet. I've looked at them. I've poked around at them. There's some neat stuff coming. I will get into them over the summer here. Probably July, August, I'll get into them. Started work good. Show me what you're doing. You're loading. That's what you're doing. Let's go over to program. And we're going to split you to the right. As we're getting ready to publish this application to the open web, comma, add memory caching, output caching, and response caching capabilities to this website, period. I'd also like you to minify all CSS and JavaScript that's being delivered from the website, period. Make other recommendations about production optimization as needed. Configure response compression, add output caching for pages, set up bundling and minification. There we go. There we go. How we doing over here? You're doing something. I don't know what you're doing, but you're doing something, and you've been doing it for 3 minutes. Successfully made the requested update. Good. There's an action running out here. Create an auto-deploy file. Yeah! Okay. Now we're talking. How we doing over here? It says my deployment is complete, but I don't think it's actually there yet. You know? Cloud build is currently in progress. My app is currently running a placeholder container. Check the progress of the build over on the GitHub. Yeah, it's right there. Looking. So if I go there, there's nothing here. I thought you said you were holding a placeholder. What's this one doing? So I've got like 3 different things going on at once here, right? So response caching, memory cache, output cache, nice. Right? And look at the compression configuration it's doing in here. Brotli compression provider, gzip compression provider, user response compression, response caching, output cache, static file. Yeah. Oh, yes. You can add that. So, my friend Mads Christensen and Syed Hashimi built this, the web optimizer. And they're going to configure that to work here. So, go ahead and do that. While that's going on, let's go peek over here. That website still isn't loading. That failed to build. Why did you fail to build? Build pack. Analyze phase. Okay. How are we doing over here? Updating to use bundled resources. Cool. Restart. Like, you need to completely restart there, fool. Because of the updates in Program CS. Build succeeded using the launch settings. I see content again. Terrific. All right. This, I think we're going to need some help on. Yeah, that doesn't help me. Target port 443 does not match. Okay. What does this Copilot do? Fix the target port for this container app. Yep, I know. Yep. Did you want to act on an AKS resource? No. Yes. What are you doing? It told me to make it 443. Typically 80 and 80-80 for, okay. Where do I do that? Is it down here? I don't want to. I'm looking at the portal. Tell me what to click. Ingress, it says. Ingress type HTTP. And it's telling me it should be 8080. Okay. right? 8080? Yeah. Okay, that says it's updated. No, that's not doing anything yet. So let's tell this thing to retry. Like, I don't know. We figured that out. I guess that's doing something. Yep. I'm not going to set up the domain name yet. Because I know you're out there watching and you're going to go out and you're going to try and get to the website. So don't put it out there yet. No stable version of container app to install. Uh-oh. Okay. Getting the container app. Okay. This is certainly weird. This is absolutely some of the pain Aspire helps with. Yes, and it just broke. What is it doing here? Oh, I have an error. I don't want to create a status badge because it didn't work. There was a button to say, explain this error. But I don't see it anymore. Yeah, there you go. It's... It is doing an Azure login over here. And it got the subscription. That's not my image. Failed to an unrecognized argument process. Okay. I don't see it. Check out the branch Azure login. Build and push container image to registry. It's not working. And it doesn't get any simpler than this website. Okay. How is the content service managing content? Would it be beneficial to shift that to memory cache? All right, let that go figure out. Yeah. But over here, like, I'm at a broken, bad place here. Full logs. How do I get to that? Yeah, shut up. I don't want to see that. No, none of that stuff is present. The automated GitHub action generation steps here inside of container apps does not work. Period. The containers and actions that they're generating fail with no error messages and no solutions for how to correct and deploy properly. Period. I'm left with no resolution except for to delete this container app and move to Azure App Service where I can cleanly build and deploy. Yeah, disconnect this because this is not working at all. I don't have a Docker file. I do have several Azure container registries, and evidently you can't find them. And now I feel shame. I'm not deploying to a registry. And oh dear Lord, if I had to key this information in for a GitHub container registry, I'd be really lost. Yeah, this that's what I want to deploy. Okay, then create a registry. Give me... You stink. I don't care. Do the search. CTJ registry. You're not going to let me put a hyphen in there? Thank you. You stink. Fine. Domain name label scope. What? Whatever. No. And you're not going to tell me what the pricing plans are. How much am I paying for this, John? You're still not going to tell me. 10 gig, 40 terabytes, that's fine. How much? Price per day, 16 cents. Oh, dear Lord. No. How'd this do? Use memory cache entry options, sliding expiration, post-eviction callbacks. Five-minute sliding expiration, show me. Cache key, receives memory cache. What's environment? No matter. Yep. The pipeline. Get tips from cache async. Mm-hmm. Ensure cache is current. That's nice. Okay. I missed the method. Get related tips. Yeah. Where's that? There it is. Didn't follow my formatting, did ya? Cache expiration. Cache expiry. Yeah. Time span from it. So keep that. I'm going to open that up. To like 6 hours. Restart that so we get it loading and using the cache here. Cool. All right, back over here. Mm-hmm. Good. Do I think I'll install Charlie on a Raspberry Pi? Not sure. My initial thoughts are install Charlie on my Synology server and let that just run in the background. Generate a GitHub Copilot script. No. This web application as a container and store it in GitHub container registry. Come on. Let's go. Don't use a Docker file, comma. Instead, use the included .NET build as container feature. Sure. Fantastic. Back over here. All right, we know that's not working. The pull request over here, how's this look? To use with static assets. Good. I got to resolve conflicts now. Fine. You stink. Nope, I'm going to resolve this myself. Where's the other conflict? Get rid of that. Oh, here we go. Map, Razor pages with static assets, map controllers. No, I want the current change. GitHub Copilot is so uplifting. I don't know if I'd call it uplifting. Yep, go ahead. Back over here. Why did you write a YAML? Oh, okay, yeah, that's destination YAML it's writing. And what did you update in project? Yes. Okay. Okay. I guess that works. No Docker file. Yep. We're going to add all those. Going to do that. Cool. Yeah, look at this. I think. Let's see how. No, not. There we go. Build and push container. Okay. Nope. That didn't work either. It's .NET 9. Program CS line 28. Yeah. Fix the error on line 28. Right, which I should be able to look at here. Yeah, go figure that out. How you doing, Kiss My Pixels? Hello. So I did optimize for adding caching for production deployment. At some point in the future, I'll set that up to go to Redis. Okay, I had the... Where's that one? Whatever. Does that work? Looks like it does. Part of me wants to have the top pinned there so it's sticky. I'm okay with that for now, I guess. Send that up. Let it rebuild. Yeah, I don't want to create a container registry. No. That's right. Discard that, jawn. Build and push container. Here we go. Am I using standard Git integration in VS Code or GitLab? I'm using the Git integration. This is a bit of vibe coding, Kiss My Pixels, yes. Because I'm doing more asking the agent to do things. That failed also. Man, look at that. No! That's an internal script that it generated. Have I seen with the 90300 files get locked on build? I haven't. Tell me why it's doing that. I think this is something, once again, internal. I didn't call .NET Publish. Oh, no, it is. It's right there. Let's take a look at this. So it's suggesting... Man. Don't mind me while I just hit space a bunch of times. Yeah, it wasn't backticks, it was backslashes it should have been. So it had the wrong syntax it was generating. That's great. I wish Copilot would fix it. Make my YAML work. Yeah, I have no insight as to how many tokens and interactions I'm using here. Nope, didn't work again. Property container image name was set but is obsolete. Please use container repository instead. Invalid container image tags provided. Must be semicolon delimited list of valid image tags. Okay. What do we got? Container image tags. And it wanted container repository instead of container image name. Maybe. GitHub reports that we should use instead of container image name. How does that affect this file? Go. We gotta. Yeah, me. Yep. Yep. I have no idea what this is yet. Why does it use tabs in YAML files? Whatever. There's also an error about invalid image tags. What does that mean? I don't know what the spacing has to be. Under the run, it worked. Okay. That run command is triggering an error. Go. I don't know what this is supposed to be formatted like. And then this thing is going to be, I don't know what. So if I can go up here, right? Packages. How do I add more? Extract the metadata, build and push. Okay. Try it again. Even with Copilot, I still have to run it a dozen times to get it to run properly. Okay, got the metadata. Building the app. Come on. Oh, YAML is a terrible pain. We got to about here and it died out last time. Still failed. Invalid container image tags. Why don't you tell me what image tags? No. It's down in this part, and it's this. Sharpsight 2, build a better YAML. Right. The container image tags that are being assigned on line 59 are not correct for Docker syntax. Period. Please recalculate how the image tags are being assigned. This is supposed to be easy. Frank! Hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing there, Frank? How's it going there, friends? My name is Jeff Fritz, and we are just about to push. We're trying to push. We're having a real hard time building and deploying to Azure Container Apps here. Our new website called Copilot.jawn. Create tag arguments. You did it again, you fool. Nope, and it's still... Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's right or not. It looks right. Try it again. One more time. Hey, Relevant Jesse, how you doing there? Do I have any recommendations for C# code analysis in Razor files? Or is best practice to extract to Razor CS? I would lean in towards using Razor CS files because the AIs, the interpreters, are going to be able to analyze that as a static class, as a single class, than the whole inline class with the Razor file. It's a little bit easier for that to work with. When you think about what's in a Razor file, you have as many as 6 programming languages present in a Razor file, right? Between HTML, CSS, JavaScript, C#, the references to other Blazor files, right? So it's just crazy. Ooh, building image. All right. Pushed image. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. And it isn't showing me the container. But if I go up here... Not that one. Not that one. No. This one? Where did it push it? Where did it push it? It looks like it put it there, but GHCRIO C# Fritz Copilot that Jawn latest. Yeah. It put it into GitHub container registry. It's not there. So what happens if I just go there? No. And actually it should be ghcr.io, right? Page not found. No. Where did it go? Like, that sure looks like it went somewhere. Huh? And it's not showing in here. So I don't get it. Am I just waiting for it to appear here? container. Packages deployments, and where did it go? Like, that's still not working. What happens if I just go to GHCR.io? No. I just had GitHub Actions build and publish a container image for me, and I can't find the image. Here is the relevant log. Where should I find this image? See what it says. It is ghcr.io. Yeah, I did click through to that. So it said it was properly authenticated. Shouldn't I be able to find the image at github.com C#Fritz packages? Yes, if it was pushed to GitHub Container Registry, the image was never actually pushed. Oh. Okay. Docker publish container registry ghcr.io C#Fritz copilot.jawn. Yeah. I don't know why it says one, but there's two. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Why is this so difficult? When I travel, how many hats do I take with me? Usually one per day that I'm on the road. I went to Microsoft Build and I was there for 4 days, so I brought 4 hats. However, on the trip, I was gifted 4 additional hats. So I ended up with 8 coming home. I'm not happy about this at all. Like, that's where it says it is. Can I pull that? Can I Docker pull that? Denied. Docker login ghcr.io C# Fritz. Denied. What happened here? Let me back out of here. Because I'm going to go get a... I'm going to go get a one-time password. So I find it hard to avoid the temptation of buying hats. Yes. The image name is incorrect? No, it's not. It's not incorrect. It's not incorrect. Like, I'll zoom in a little bit, make it easier for you to see. The container registry I told it to push to is correct. GHCRIO. So when I scroll down here and it changed it. Inside the publish step, it changed it. Okay. 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 This isn't working for me. Convert to using a Docker file. Something's not right in this publish step. Because it's changing that tag inside that step. And I know the team that I need to talk to get that fixed. Created a Docker file. SDK is build, web, expose port 80. And then, sure, go ahead and do that locally. Just make sure that it builds properly. I did hard code it. Like, it was pulling it out of the environment. I can see what it was. I can see exactly what was called here, right? If I close up this, I can see it called .NET Publish, and it passed in the correct format of the registry to publish to. But inside the script that it was running, right? So here it is. This is what the .NET Publish is reporting. And it reported building image, and it was the wrong syntax. So that looks like it built properly. Why are you creating another Docker file? See, yeah, there is a YAML formatting issue. This shouldn't be this hard. It is quite malformed, and now it's going to create a new version. Ugh. Can I use Docker container in GitHub Actions? Yes. No, I want to push that and be done with this. I still have to rewire up the container app deployment. And that's going to be a whole nother kettle of fish to go through. So let's see how this does. So we've run into an issue with the SDK build changes the name of the image, and that publish does not work. Build and push container. Okay. That's all inside the container. And it should get that to... Well, let's see where it pushes it. Pushing manifest for GHCR, IO, C# Fritz, Copilot that jawn. We've got it. There, we didn't see this before. Yay, great sales tax. Woo! Shut up. Packages. There it is. There we go. Okay. Next steps. Oh boy. Okay. This is... Yeah. I think it's that. No. That's what I think that is. Image is... that? Oh, nice. I've got to give you my GitHub credentials? No. Step away from this. Right, there's like... No. So, how do I connect this? How do I connect an Azure container app to download and use an image from a GitHub registry? Tell me how to do that. Go. Head back over here. Ensure your image is there. Yes. Grant access. Grant Azure access. Use a personal access token with read packages. Well, why not just add that? Right? Like, not there. Not there either. Yeah, it's already got all those things. So... okay. Add steps to the end of this to publish to the Azure Container app using GitHub secrets stored in... right? And this one. This is frustratingly annoying. How you doing there, Bedro? Who's Jawn? Jawn's Philadelphia slang for any person, place, or thing. It's something that is all encompassing. So by saying publish that, Jawn, we're publishing something. It happens to be a website that we've built over the last 2 days that's taking hours to deploy here because of these annoying. So here, deploy container app name resource group image to deploy. Okay. Registry image name. Okay. And you're doing Azure login again? You've duplicated this. We are having a jawn feast. No, jawn does not equal John. Two different things. John is a person. Jawn can refer to John, but different things. Today. Oh, you recreated the file. Yeah. This is Copilot tripping over itself because it's locked the file. One is using V2, the other is using V1. Yeah, two different versions of the login. You've duplicated sections there. Which one is right? Boston. Yes. Yes. Don't tell our friend Maddie Montequilla about that. She'll get all up in the Celtics, Bruins, Patriots, Red Sox. Sox. Yeah. Go ahead, clean this up. Do that thing. Thank you. And it's login V2 as well. And it's still got this terrible. That's right. None of those are in the playoffs any longer. Wait a sec. Oh, I hate you. Oh, I hate you. YAML pain in the neck. Why doesn't it like this? Doesn't know what that is either. These are not the right name and resource. I don't know what this is, and quite frankly, I don't care anymore. Deployment progress. Deadline exceeded.
Oh my.
Yeah. You're right. Resource group is this. Which I think needs to be lowercase. And the name is that. Let's give it a shot. Feels right. Actions. No. Didn't even get to it. Didn't even start. Why not? Aaron YAML syntax on line 49. You. GitHub tells me there's an error on line 49. What's with the Docker buildx setup? How's my stress level? I'm frustrated because I'm hitting this. It's this is something that's been designed by the team to be supposed to be easy to work with and use, and it's still formatting wrong. Yeah, there's some indentation issues. And now it's going to go and redo the entire file again. This shouldn't be this hard, friends. This is something I'm going to report back and, hey, this is a terrible experience. No. 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 Oh, YAML is so forgiving. How you doing, Smap? Good to see you. Because it can't edit the file. This is still trying to set up Docker buildx. Is that right? Getting him back into a bit of coding again? Been busy with life? I completely understand. I completely understand. Okay. So, what's the change that's made here? I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. But Copilot seems really sure of this. Okay, maybe it is. Yeah, Copilot's starting to loop. I wish I could drag that over. You know? Loading metadata. Okay. Running .NET Restore. Cool. While that's going, back over here on network. Allow all traffic. I think it's 80. And at some point, we got to figure out how to turn on the SSL. Okay. It's doing its publishing manifest to GHCRIO. Yeah. You find the AI excellent for doing the documentation I hate to do? Yes, we did a little bit of that yesterday also. No. What? Azure login. No, I don't want to edit those. CTJ web underscore Azure underscore client underscore ID, CTJ web underscore Azure underscore tenant ID, stop it. CTJ web Azure underscore subscription underscore ID. Metadata for container, build and push. That's the only one. Did I have a different file out here? It's not getting to this step. It's not able to log in. Client ID, tenant ID, subscription ID. Okay. How do I get an ID token into the login step? So GitHub tells me it needs an ID token to log into Azure. Okay. I don't know what it's done. Come on, you're almost there. I don't see it adding. There, right there. Yes. Go run that again. It is. It's the ghost in the machine. And man. Up in here. Why would it need write access? I don't know. But that's what it needs to be able to write the ID token and read the contents. So it already has that. It just needs. Come on, man. Yeah. That's my reminder I need to file expenses today. Join! Yeah, it definitely seems lost. You know? Like, it wants that in here. Of course. You didn't put spaces. Sure. And down in here, enable AZPS session after the subscription ID. Okay. Where do you see problems in the file? Let's go. Hey, Mad World Gales. Hello. I am frustrated and trying to deploy a new website that I've been building here on stream, and I'm a good hour and a half into just trying to get this thing to deploy, and it will not deploy. Like, I am using 3.5 because I'm doing something that's 3.5 should know how to do. Okay. So it's going to build. I like when I can produce quality docs, but it can be painstaking and time-consuming. Found guiding it to what I wanted was easy and just fine. Tune the results over starting on a blank page. Yes. I'm right there with you. The documentation that it generated for this app has been pretty good. Okay, so there it is, pushing the container image. Okay, good. Trying to log into Azure. Login succeeds. Running Azure PowerShell login. Come on. Come on. We've gotten further. I don't think this is working. It should have come right back. Oh! Why is it trying it again? Okay, deploy. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Started script execution and okay. I didn't tell you to do that, but sure. Failed. AZ CLI script failed. Failed to provision revision for container app. The following fields are either invalid or missing. Template containers, bootstrap container, pre-default. Dear Lord! What the heck is that? Invalid value, GHCR, C# Fritz, Copilot that jawn. Could not parse reference. Have a good one, McNuts. Train Fort. I saw you tinkering with that game. What's the story there? What's it do? What's the goal going on there? I'm gonna throw this right into Copilot over here and see if that will help. I'm now getting an error from the GitHub action. Let's see what it says. The casing and the image name. Here it is, not formatting the files correctly and just putting carriage returns wherever it wants. And it can't edit the file because it's already locked the file. Yeah. Yeah. Creating a brand new file and going to rewrite the entire file. No. This needs to be down here. Which means then here, right, it's already got okay. Do it again. It only took 2 minutes and 13 to do this. So 2 minutes 19. Did I not hit sync? I didn't hit sync. Small group of dwarves survive a train wreck and needs to build a new train to fight off zombies. Space engineer building mechanics. Oh, that's fun. That sounds fun. There's a RV simulator game that our friend Alleyface pointed me to on Steam that I submitted a request for. Here, I'm going to open Steam live on stream. Opening Steam live on stream. Yeah. You go away. I don't want to see. Yeah. I'm C# Fritz on Steam, if you didn't know. It's like Wishlist or something. Yeah, Wishlist. Right? No. I was playing Dead by Daylight for a while. Strain is our friend Lana Lux. This is the game she's been building. This Long Drive North co-op RV simulator. So this looks like fun, but it says it's supposed to be co-op. Planned release date just 2025. They were going to release it in like January. Hasn't happened. So yeah, Long Drive North co-op RV simulator. Isn't there like a... Yeah, there's the page. So this is one that I'm looking forward to. All right, let's go back over and see how our build is working here. Logged into Azure. Okay. It was down here. We were in deployed Azure Container App is where... Here we go. Here we go. Come on. So that's my Steam. And of course, I have BattleNet running here. I don't have it running right now. Denied. Oh, gosh. You can find me on BattleNet also. Let that start up. Failed to provision revision for container app. I'll come back to BattleNet in a second next time this is running. The following fields are either invalid or missing. It's the same one. Unauthorized authentication required. During the deployment step, I'm getting an auth error. Now let's see what it does. Down in here. We need to configure the Azure Container App to authenticate with the GitHub Container Registry. We need to get the GitHub token that can be used to access Container Registry. Then we need to create an Azure user assigned managed identity. Okay, I don't know what all that is. Go do it. Have a good one, Patty boy. I'll post an update in Discord when we get this thing working. Is the pipeline not logging in with PowerShell and then using AZ CLI to deploy? Yes. That's what it's doing here, and it's saying it doesn't have access. Azure doesn't have access to log into GitHub. So we've given GitHub access to Azure, but Azure doesn't have access to GitHub. Ugh. And now it doesn't know how to edit the file. It is doing AZ CLI underneath this. Right, if we look at the action here, right, Azure login, running Azure CLI login, sets the cloud, Azure CLI login succeeds using OIDC. Subscription set successfully. And it gets the federated token down here. Oh. You're lost, friend. Let's push you to 4. Do we need to include a claim for the C# Fritz Copilot that jawn package registry? Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, Buck Rogers. Make the GitHub package public. Need to authenticate to the registry, and there it is. YAML formatting issue. When even the AI cannot format your markup, you might have a problem. Like, dude. Dude. Come on. Hat Kindhouse. Hello. How you doing there? Right, that's a German pronunciation. YAML structure is now fixed. But I need to use the correct action versions. Oh no. So you're going back to CLI 1. Let me rewrite the entire thing. Oh! Can Copilot match up to Cursor? Yes. Why is it doing this? Has no neck. Nice. Right, the model is looping and getting lost here. Still has formatting issues. Yeah, it fixed the image name further up here. Right there. By making sure it was all lowercase. It's already there. No. Just format the existing YAML file. You're having problems with locking and unlocking the file for writing. I tried using Azure to write it, and what Azure generated doesn't work. So I'm trying to get it generated another way. Yeah, the Azure script didn't work. And now it's reverting versions again. Like, that wasn't even using the AI. That was when I tried to use the Azure deploy process. It just did not work at all. Why? And it broke again in here. You continued to be absolute trash at formatting YAML files. Period. You're disappointing me, comma, try it again. You're making me very angry. Yes, the version created by AZD pipeline config was wrong, and it would not build and deploy properly. Wrong. Wrong. No, it is not properly formatted. No, you're formatting it wrong again. Period. Take a look at line 46. Started to set off on your first Aspire development. Fantastic. I'm not using Aspire here. Is there any GUI to generate that YAML? No. Is it weird that they refused to read it again when... And it reset the login version again? Set the login version to 2 and stop changing it. I could make that change myself, but I want to see what this does. Okay. It's passing along the registry information here. Ugh. Yes. You deleted my container build file. Period. Restore it. Yeah. It deleted the file, yes. And yeah. No, I committed it. I committed the empty file. I could roll back. Roll back to the previous commit. Sure, go ahead. Really? Yeah. This is not making me happy working with this. Kill that. Git log. I want to roll back to this one. Git reset hard. Okay. And it was down in here. Put it back over here. I'm going to go, let's try this one. So this is GPT 4.0, not Claude. Ad start in 30 seconds. And I'm stuck at it, not able to edit files again. Right? Well, it says generating edits. But there's including the claims for the registry, yes. That actually ran much faster than Claude. But I'm still stuck at this. Let me figure out the edits to apply. So, we will wait. Interesting. Copilot sent me a bunch of emails when it was working on the when the pull the issue. I told it to review. It was working on that. Here it goes. Come on, come on, come on. I mentioned about I am on BattleNet. I am C# Fritz, and I have the Zarya icon right now because I'm really enjoying playing as Zarya. But you can find me out there on the Americas servers. I am C# Fritz 1506. So, and I'm usually playing Overwatch. So, what are you doing? We are now 2 hours into trying to get this to deploy to a container app. Do it again. Yes. Azure CLI v2. Yes. Yep, add the necessary claims. You've duplicated that now. No. I don't like the change that it made. I'm going to... I did a keep there, but I think I want to... Let's do that. I don't know what allow no subscriptions does. And you're not going to tell me. Yeah, what does that do? And enable, okay. Client ID, tenant ID, and subscription ID. Yeah. Let's go with that. Sure, resolve it in the merge editor. With conflicts. This one. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to set up an Azure Container app. .NET, C#. So, but he's not working. Okay, we had it building properly the container earlier. Extracting, copying the content in, and it's going to do .NET build. Yep, there it goes. Publish. Come on. Good. Okay, here comes the CLI login. Okay. Attempting PowerShell login by using OIDC. Logged in successfully. Yeah, here's where we ran into issues before. Let's see if we get past it. Nope. Nope. Failed to provision revision for container app CTJ web. Following fields are either invalid or missing. Invalid value. Authentication required. Okay, so do I need to go over here? No, this is to set up deployment. I don't... Yeah. Go back to deployment. It has me logged in. Here. That one. Main, good. Another registry. No, I don't want you keying that in, but I think I want a yeah. Copilot, that, Jawn, Azure deployment token. Good enough. Expiration, no. Yeah, I know. Go away. Only select repositories. That one. No. No. Yeah. How do I give access? Yeah, it's already select. Okay. Wow. So, okay, so you're telling me if they have access to that repository, and they do. Yeah, I'm seeing that. So, I guess I gotta go back to classic tokens. Hey, look. Expiration, none. No. There we go. Read packages. Yeah. That's the only thing it needs. Great. Thanks for putting it on screen. No. What was it again? That. Yeah, delete that thing right away. And let's get off screen since it's going to display it right on. There we go. Let's see if it's able to pick it up now. I clicked that. I'm not going to deploy this today. I am at wit's end. I'm throwing in the towel and not deploying this website. I've gone round and round and hit this from Azure side, from GitHub side, and I can't get the security credentials configured properly at all. Your steps to configure security credentials from the continuous deployment page do not work and do not offer any error report so that I can debug and properly deploy my application. Period. New line. New line. I'm throwing in the towel and I'll eventually deploy at some point in the future. Like, I'm paying money for this thing to be running out here. And neither set of tools works. And the application URL, that doesn't work either. Delete the whole thing. Sure. Copilot that jawn. Publish code. Can I do container Linux? No. Why are you prompting me for Canada? Sure. No. Yeah, give me that one. No, I don't want a database. Other container registries. Name? What name? What's that the name of? What is sidecar support? You're not going to give me a help button here. Sure. Yeah, give me code. That's fine. Why am... Okay. Sure. I don't want that. I want this one. I don't want a database. Please. Yes. Give me one of those. Give me that. Workflow file. Upload artifacts. Ubuntu latest. Sure. No. Public access, yes. I don't want virtual network. No, I don't want application insights. Back in here, back over here. Microsoft Web Server Forms. I haven't seen that before. That tells me that... Thanks. Thanks. That tells me nothing. Okay. Take me there. It's doing something. What's here? No. What's this doing? Still deleting the other resource group. Yeah, that takes a while because of the Kubernetes cluster it's knocking down. Is this adding Azure App Service? Okay, there, deploying to production. There we go. And okay. Says it's deploying. Oh, there it is again. Delete. Yes. Way to go, GitHub. Way to go. So I don't need these. Yeah, view and manage. Sure. Look at them all. Really? I've got to do this for every single one? Can I just set up Playwright to do this for me? Like, go away. Why won't you let me delete this one? Whatever. Still deploying. 2 minutes into copying this out. Deploy is awful. Deploy is drop dead, stone cold, mortal lock. Did not work, and we're gonna need to take this feedback back to the team and be like, dude, there's a problem here. The code it generated, both from Azure side and from GitHub side, neither one works. So steps are all clearly visible here. I'm not using anything hidden behind the scenes, internal employee only stuff here. It took 3 minutes. Really? Okay, that says it's out there. It says it's done deploying. Yeah, I think it's a bad design, Frank. Absolutely. And app service isn't deploying. It says it deployed, but it's not. It's sure not working. No. Anything in the activity log? No. What's on the log stream? That looks like it's doing something. Yeah, thank you, Webface. I'm not using any preview bits here at all. Oh, oh! Oh. Okay. Right, because there's no content. The content is outside the web folder. We have a problem with the content living outside the web folder. This content needs to be included in the publish process so that it can be found when running in production. Let's see what it does. Yeah, I did miss your previous message. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Then it can live outside and come along for the ride, but then we need to make sure that the content service finds it. And once again, we're having problems editing files on disk. Yeah. Same problem. We're stuck. Try that one more time. Where the content goes into Azure. That's not bad. Put it into a file storage, a blob storage. That's not bad. But I don't mind deploying a new version when there's new tips, right? Like merge it in, have it redeploy, and bang, it just appears next time you refresh. No. Let's close. Yes. Yeah. Oh, dear Lord. That works. We need to update the content service so that it uses this new location for loading content. Right now, no, it's not a mounted volume. It's just a folder that's sitting next to the source code. Okay, so what did we change here? So if we go back over here, run this, we should see it running locally. Nothing. This update doesn't allow the content to work while I'm in development mode. It saw the changes. Head over here. Go to this. That's the production space. Yeah, there we go. It reloaded, and I've got all my content. Still. Let's try that update. So I did the keep over here. Add those. Hit this. Commit. Sync. We should see this pick up. And hopefully, yeah, there it goes. Hopefully it doesn't take 4 minutes to deploy like the other one did. 5 minutes almost. Does the instance change in Azure? It always takes a few seconds. I don't think so. Okay, now the deployment step. Here we go. So, yeah, this was quick. This That initial bit from line 1 to line 6 took 3 minutes last time. Yeah, the first time is longer. I definitely remember that. Okay. Do we have content? Is it still restarting? No. Log stream. It's not there. Let's look in Kudu. Hey, Mythin. What? Home site content tips. It's not in this folder. It's not here. Ugh. I don't know what that is. It's taken the content of the content folder and copied it into. Go back over here. Hey, Saramo. And even then, the tips folder isn't here. Right, this is the dub root. I don't know what these debug files are. Go away. This was supposed to take me an hour tops to do, and I am 4 hours later. No further on this. I do now, but it's not deploying and placing the folders in the right place. So if we go back over here, home site, dub root. No. Where's the artifact from this? It's right there. What's inside of you? Yeah, it didn't... It didn't include that at all. When it packaged. Were there references in here to that debug? Those debug files? I don't see them. The steps that are attempting to copy the content into the output folder are not successful. Period. Reevaluate how you configured that and run it again. I said reevaluate, and it... No. The steps that were added to the project file to copy the content folder into the output do not work. Look at that right away. 4. Okay. So, what do we have in the output folder? Yeah, let's delete you. Okay. I need the top level content folder to get copied into the output as well. Now, the .NET command doesn't need something specific. Okay. So what do we got over here? No. No, I need the content folder created in the output with the tips folder inside of it. .NET clean. .NET build. No. That isn't working. I need a content folder in the output. Yeah. Clean. No. Let's use the destination folder attribute property to specify the contents of the content folder get copied to a content folder in the output. Man. Okay. .NET clean. .NET build. Yeah, the beauty of technology. You aren't kidding. No. No. I'm Hey, Lily. I am at my wit's end on this. Oh, thank you.
Lily Nakatriona just resubscribed.
Thank
for
you.
42
I appreciate the
months.
resub.
Hi there, friend.
Appreciate it. If I were to have it use Azure Storage for this, how are you doing, Lily? Let me ask you that first. I really appreciate you stopping in. Ugh. That's awful. Yeah. You made it to Friday in one piece. Fantastic. If I park the content in Azure Storage blobs, it'll come to me later. Roll this back. Get rid of that. Full stack Azure deployment made easy? What do you got, Frank? Love seeing a good blog post. Using Aspire. Yep. AZD config. Infrasynth. Yep. AZD infrasynth. And then doing the deploy from there. Yeah. Yep. I'm pondering whether to set up the blob storage for this. Beers for everyone, totally. Oh, totally. Because there's other projects I wanted to get to today that we're not going to touch with a 10-foot pole. What? No. Yeah, I don't want to mount a volume. Just carry it along with the rest of the content. Roll back to there. No, roll back. You're going to make me do this by hand, aren't you? Git reset hard. Git push force. Good thing I didn't deploy the domain name. Let's bring in content service. Let's set up a process to upload. What the heck is that? Set up a process to upload the content of the content folder to an Azure Blob. Set up a process to upload the content of the content folder to an Azure Storage Blob container. Period. We'll then use the content service to fetch content from that storage container. Yeah, do that. Create a service to handle uploading the content to Azure Blob Storage and fetching content from it. Okay. But every time it starts, it's going to need to download all the content from that container. I would do better putting the markdown inside of Azure Table Storage. Or no. I need to rewind and think about this. I like the idea of just having the markdown sitting there on disk in the GitHub repository. And when there's new content, push that new content to whatever the markdown repository is. I am way over on time that I wanted to spend on this today. I think I need to pull the plug. I'm positive I need to pull the plug. The website is done. It works. It works really nicely. It looks great. I can't deploy it for the life of me. We spent 4 hours trying to deploy this website and we got nowhere. I got it out to app service, but it won't take the files with it. Won't take the markdown files with it. And we're running into this weird problem of not just that, but when it deploys and there's an update to app service, it knocks down the site for however long it takes to deploy a new version. I don't like any of those solutions. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Texas. I do try and keep it safe for work here, so I appreciate it. ACA would be a completely better place. I have a feeling that... No. Not I have a feeling. I'm going to need to Aspirify this. That'll let me hook up to my Redis cache also. Use that for the output cache, which is going to give me massive performance. And I already have a shared Redis cache out there that I can use. I need to stop, walk away. Yes, I did, because it was just a website. Literally just a website with Markdown. Yeah. I need to take a step away from this. And probably, quite frankly, I should play a game or two of Overwatch to get out my frustration. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with setting up Azure Container Apps. Yeah, I did say I was walking away 2 hours ago. Yeah. Let's hit pause for now. I'm really proud of the work that we've done to build this website. I'm frustrated that I can't get the deployment scripts to work right at all. I've got 2.5, 3 hours of video that show all the problems we ran into trying to get this deployed. I need to go get some lunch. I need to step away for a little bit. I'm not super close. I think I'm further away than I think. And I think Container Apps is a better solution to deliver to than App Service because of the way that it seamlessly will stop an older container and start a new container. And if I move the markdown for the tips outside the container and put it out in some place like Azure Blob Storage, Azure Table Storage, I can bring that content in. I can bring that content in and cache it. I don't want to cache it. need to think about this. I need to think about this. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get you connected to, because it's time for me to step away and take another look at this. You know what? Let me get you rated over to our friend Clark.io, who's building a words on stream tool. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks so much for watching. There's lots of great videos here, down here, depending on which YouTube viewer you're using. If you're on Twitch, get ready to say hi to our friend Brian Clark, who's looking at building and working on some cool stuff with words on stream. All right. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back next week. I'm not sure if I'll be back on Monday, but I'll be back next week. Keep an eye on the Discord. I'll update you as things go along there about this website. I was going to work on another website over the weekend. We're almost there. We're almost there. I will let you know progress on Discord. All right? Have a fantastic rest of your day wherever you might be. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.